Good morning, traders. We got a pretty, we got some good watch lists today. Nothing's too crazy. We're not gapping up over 100%. Like I was hoping that I would see a couple that were gapping up over 100%. I know it's later in the week, but I still have a dream, but it wasn't fulfilled. How are we all doing today? Alrighty. Let me go ahead and get my chat rooms pulled up. Give me 1 second, guys. And Josh, if you are here, my alpha is chat room is not really working. Ah, that's why. Guys, if the alpha's not working, the chat room, just refresh it. It should be working then. Yep, it works. Awesome. How are we all doing today? Let's go ahead and start off with our top gainers. How are you guys doing we're looking AMC. That's risky. I wouldn't swing AMC. Good morning from Dallas. Nice. I love Dallas. My uncle lives in Dallas. All right, we're watching LMFA, and honestly, LMFA actually just bought cryptocurrency miners, an additional 4,000 AMP miners. So I am going to be watching this, but what we do have to watch out for is that if we look in the daily, when we gap up significantly, we run it and then give everything back. That's twice that's happened now. That's 3 times, 4 times, but that didn't gap up. So this is a history of gapping up and then not holding its profits. People like to take their profits. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. We're going to take our profits as well. We are not going to get caught holding this to the downside today with LMFA. Thank you guys for the follow. Thank you for the follow. If you want to come see my screen, come over to YouTube. Now, we might be forming a potential inverse head and shoulders pattern. Now, if we break this neckline of around 550, I think we have room back up to $6 potentially. And if we break 6, room to those pre-market highs at 705 for LMFA. Now we have SON. Nothing crazy. Again, if we close below 9 EMA and VWAP, break below 750. I think we have room back down to 719, potentially $7. And SONA has some good news as well. They're announcing that Australian Therapeutic Goods Administration has approved extended claims for I'm not even gonna try to say that word, disinfectant and sanitizer, which is manufactured by SONA for microsafe using. Okay, so they have some good news, and that's definitely one that we're going to keep on watch. And since we're gapping up with a very, very low float, and we have around 2x relative volume, so that's always good. And if we break over these highs, we have room over to 863. Break over 863. I mean, we have room up to really 950 and then $10. But again, this also has a history of gapping up, giving everything back. Gapping up, ran, gave everything back. So why would we even risk? Gap up, gave everything back. Gap up, gave everything back. So if gap up, again, this stock has a history of running to the upside. Here, but it gives everything back. So why do you think we're going to hold this long term? It's in and out, in and out, in and out. We have A, B, V, C. Now we are now we just broke below that $3 support. I think we have room down to 273, potentially 250 if we do continue lower and keep finding resistance on that $3 resistance. Break over $3, we have room back up to 325. 325 in that pre-market high of 344. And we have A, B, V, C. Increased over 25% pre-market. But there's no news. I don't see any news. It might just be some momentum trading from previous days. And if we go ahead and look, we gap up, run, give everything back. gap. We absolutely ran on that day. What was that? That was 576%. Whoo! It's ABVC 11 million. So we have very, very low float plays today, which is what I like. Which is what I like to see. Going Game Volt. Nah, I did that a couple days ago. Yeah, if you guys are on TikTok, thank you guys for the likes. I mean, if we break over $3, we have room back up to 378 potentially for ABVC. We have AVDL. Why did we absolutely rip to the downside yesterday? Now, very choppy. I'm not a huge fan of this choppiness during pre-market. And ABV, we are now at 9% gapping up, and our volume is actually lower today. So I am going to actually delete this off my watches because I don't actually see any news either, which is unfortunate. So then we also have ME. Now ME, Eric Jackson of MEJ Capital gave it a price target of around $38. He said in 10 years it could be worth as much as GSK. Now GSK is worth $38.80 right now. So I do think we're going to see some bullish movement. Where will SPCE stop? Let's look. Let's take a peek. SPCE. Okay. Now we had increasing volume yesterday. We're just getting absolutely absorbed by. Whew. What are we down? We're down like 16%. We're chilling at like $20. Damn. I mean, honestly, I don't see. We have some at 20. If we break 20, we've room down to potentially $17. We have some slight resistance. Break 17, we have room down to 15 for SPCE, which I'm not a fan of at all. What happened here? What's the news? Right, that there's a bubble. It just says there's a bubble. I'm not too sure why right now is a good buying opportunity for stocks. I'm not too sure why SPCE is dumping. Buy, yeah, I think it could be a good buy if you hit it right to fill the gap potentially. You might be able to catch it back up to stay above 20, break back above 20. We might be able to catch it back up to 20.50, maybe even 21.40 to fill the gap. But we'll have to see what happens again. It's on our SPCE. The float is, man, almost 200 million. Wow. That's a very large float. And the volume is 4.4. I don't know what the average volume. Daily average is 13, so it's I'm not a huge fan of it. Pennies, they delayed their launch. Oh, SPCE, they delayed their launch. That's not good. Thank you. Guys, come over to YouTube if you want to see the screen better. Any penny stocks for today? Yes, right now I'm watching LMFA, SONA, ABVC, ME, and CBD. You guys can come see the watch list on the YouTube. And if you guys could smash that like button, I'd really appreciate it. It costs space for lit stocks to go down. What Prince Harry was talking shit about space travel. Oh, talking shit. We got some beef going up in here. Is another major give it all back gapper. Yeah. So if you're looking to play SPC, you gotta have really tight stops. Now let's go ahead and look. I think we covered ME. I'm not too sure. Why did I do level 2? Again, ME has, this has a hiss. Oh, no, we haven't. Really choppy pre-market, which is what I really don't want to see. We have some healthcare. Oh, Eric Jackson. This is the price target that he gave. What's up, Cole? Nothing much, Casey. How you doing, my man? Hope everyone's having a wonderful day today. Then we also have CBD. Now, we're kind of rounding off. If we break 5.7, we have room down to 550. Break 550, we have room down to 512. I don't see any news on it either, which is unfortunate. So I think it's just momentum potentially. Just continuing, fully technical. And we do have a decreasing volume with a smaller spread. So I don't know if the buyers are going to continue to push this forward. Now, if we look at CBD, oh, here it is. CBD is very high float, and we have very low volume. So I'm actually going to delete CBD off my watch list just because I'm not a huge fan of it right now. We have WFC. What's going on with WFC? We did break a trend line, which is unfortunate. Looks like we could have came up and found resistance on it too. Kind of, it's like a zone found with increasing volume to the downside. Now, I wouldn't be looking to take this long, just because you don't want to catch a falling edge. And I think we honestly have room since we did break that low. We're getting a bullish reaction. So if we break yesterday's low of around 42.82, I think we have room to fall back down to around 43.50, just 43 in general. Back down to this low. Again, if we continue to fall after that, we run on 42.30 and then 41.50 for WFC. Can you do LAC? Let's go ahead and take a peek at LAC. GM, let's look at GM too. I'll look at that after LAC. We have decreasing volume to the upside with a smaller spread, and we saw a bearish reaction. I would like to see a decreasing volume pullback today, maybe a nice bounce off the 9 EMA. I would like to stay above 22.88 for the continuation move, bull flag or ABC pattern. Break above these highs, we have room back to 28.75 for LAC. Now, if we break 22.88, I think we have room back down to potentially around 22 for LAC. Kind of did a put option. I'll check out Amazon in a sec. Let's look at GM. Now, GM decreasing volume to the downside. We have a bullish reaction. I think we could see a nice bounce up the 9 EMA, maybe with the AVC pattern. I would ideally want to, if your stops would be below 57, break above the high. I think you have room back up to potentially 60. $60.70, and then potentially that $62 range for GM. Oh, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? Well, we got General Motors. We got Amazon as well. You got some puts on Amazon. Now we had a higher low, which is what I don't want to see. And if you're trying to get puts, if we break this level of 3328, I think we have room back up to 3400 for AMZ. Thank you guys for the follow on TikTok. Do you see a cup and handle? I'm not too sure what. I don't know what stock. Can you do LAC? I think let's look back at LAC. I don't see a cup and handle just because we did break already this high. If we halted at this candle at this top right here and then pulled back maybe to this support level, then I would see a cup and handle. But just because we already broke, I do not see a cup and handle. And if you guys could smash that like button on TikTok pushes the stream more, and I would really appreciate it. Right now, I mean, let's go ahead and watch. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of anything right now. Maybe we have an inverse head and shoulders pattern with a potential cup and handle on LMFA. Increasing volume on this green candle. Looking for the crack, actually. Crack this. We could see a potential, if we take a measured move. I mean, we could see this back up to $5.75, $6. But again, I'm not a huge fan of trading right before market open, just because anything can happen. And I'm looking at the 5-minute now. So I might start a small starter position here. Again, LMFA had some good news with the miners. So I'm also not a huge fan just because of the past few times it's gapped up significantly. Yes, we've ran a little bit, but again, here we ran, dumped, and then that will be my own judgment. Now let's see if we can see another. If we can see this have decreasing volume for the next few minutes, then I might consider taking a long position here. Now let's go ahead and cover some options. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our options watch list. So we have AMD. AMD is absolutely ripping to the upside yesterday, and so is with decreasing volume though. So don't expect it to continue higher. I mean, if we have decreasing volume, that's telling me that we have a very unstable trend. If you want to trend upward, you want to have increasing volume. HOFB is a good buy right now. Once the state legislature finishes the sports gambling bill in Ohio, FOB will pop to at least $10. HOVF. There it is. That's what I meant. Down at like 10 or 250, broke the downtrend. I would like to stay above this previous low at 247, or stay above 250 ideally. And it's a good buy once the state legislature finishes the sports gambling bill. I'm Ohio, FOV will pop at least to $10. Hey, it might be a potential good buy opportunity. I haven't done my research, so I'm not going to just blindly buy and stuff, but I'm actually going to keep this on watch just because I do like what it potentially could bring me. TLGT. Why did we gap down yesterday? Very large volume yesterday. Just buying it back up on the dip. So we might be able to see a gap fill potentially here over the next few days. Potentially back up to 31. That's 50%. I mean, this could easily move back. I don't know the flow or anything of this, but I think it's possible. LGT. Now let's go ahead and cover again AMC. AMC, I might be looking for. I'm not a huge fan of the market right now. Just I don't like the decreasing volume that we have. I think if we could see it crack, your stops would be above the pre-market highs. I think you could see it pull back, maybe back down to around 1052 or 110.52. So I mean, if we find resistance on that pre-market high, I think we could easily see AMD puts today. Especially since we have a decreasing volume on the daily with a gap and a smaller spread with a lower wick to the downside. We're looking for a bounce off of 113, room down to I think 110. So potentially $3 for options. That would be good potential call. PROG flagging. Let's go ahead and take a peek at it. It could be flagging. What I don't like is this really high upper wick. But we are having decreasing volume, smaller spread, so I do think we could be flagging. If you were to take this flag, your stops would have to be below 194. I mean, so you're risking around 10%. But you have the potential to gain 30 at the break, and then you can go higher. I mean, PROG, what happened yesterday? I mean, we ripped yesterday with 12%. Then we have CRWD. Crowd. What's going on with Crowd? Then it's still decreasing volume yesterday. Again, today I think we're going to see a red day in the market. So I think we're going to be looking for some puts. Just with this decreasing volume. But if we do hold that 275 level, we could see it come up to 280 for CR or for Crowd Strike. And if we do break this 275 level, I think we could see it back down to 270, 268 potentially today. Again, decreasing volume, smaller spread. This would be even if we had an increasing in volume and a smaller spread, that's known as stopping volume, and we could have We know that sellers are now entering the market at that level. So we'll have to see what happens right at market open. Just see what the market's overall doing before we actually continue higher. Now we have CRDL. Now we have really high volume with an upper wick. I'm not a huge fan of that. If we held our profits up above 4, then I would have been more bullish. But I think with now what I'm looking for is if we stay above 350. If we can stay above 350, then it's a potentially good buy. We had a nice higher low here. So we'll see what happens with CRDL. I'm not too sure if that was if there was news on it or I didn't see any news, but then we have SQ. So let's go and take a peek at SQ. We had increasing volume yesterday with a gap with a doji candle. I think SQ has potential to come down to and fill the gap from yesterday or 2 days ago. So I think it could potentially come down to 37 today if we do crack, if we get a good move to the downside. We do need to fill that gap. So I am going to be looking for a bounce off or staying below 250 for SQ. So I do like SQ for the move lower. We do have some slight support at 245 at 243. I'm looking for a high confident day trade. Anything I should be watching? Well, if you're looking for a high confident day trade, no day trade is really confident. They're only confident in a strategy. They're not confident in one singular trade. Nobody knows where the stock's going to go. It's all about probabilities. You have a strategy that gives you a probability of making money in the market, not determining where the stock's going to go. Your risk management is everything. Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing today? Now, so I am looking for SQ and AMD right now. Those are one of my top stocks to watch. Let's go and look at SE here. SE decreasing volume yesterday. We see another decreasing volume today. And maybe see it would be even better if we sell a doji candle with a higher volume and if we stayed above 342. Then we could take a nice swing trade over these highs, run back up to the high of 360. So I am going to be watching SE to stay above 342. CRSR. Yes, sorry, man. Sorry. Let's go ahead and take a peek. Why is it gapping down? What's the news? Corsair Gaming price target from 26 from 34. Yeah. So it's dumping down because why would traders look to hold Corsair if the price target's below what the current price is at? So that, I mean, you'll probably just see some bearish momentum in the next few days. Then let's go ahead and look at Airbnb. What's going on with Airbnb? Increasing volume to the downside. I mean, if we break over yesterday's lows or under yesterday's lows at around 170, I honestly think we have room back down to potentially 166. Maybe even a little bit lower if we continue to break. So I'll be watching for Corsair, a break of 70. Or Airbnb, excuse me. Yep. Break 170. Room 166. I'm trying something new. I'm trying to write down my all my trades are all my trade plans, just because like I've really just been my mind has not been in a good spot lately for trading. GoPro. Increasing volume yesterday with a doji candle. That's not what I want to see. that's telling me that we're gonna be taking it lower. Now, what I want to see is have us stay above this 865 level. If we can stay above this 865 level, we might have a higher low with the potential to break this downtrend. Room back up to 10, 11, 1150, and then 12. Again, we have, I'm not telling you that it's going to come up to 13. I'm just saying those are the price targets that I would have. Maybe take out a quarter at 10, quarter at 11, quarter at 12. And it's how your strategy goes and moving your stops. But I am looking for the downtrend break. We have 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch. And usually after the 3rd touch with a higher low, we have an 80% chance of breaking this downtrend to the upside. So that's what I'm looking for. Then we have the Coinbase. What's going on with Coinbase? We had increasing volume yesterday. So I do like to see that. We broke out the downtrend, higher low. Now, what I actually would be looking for is for us to fill this gap potentially. Come back, fill the gap, and then run. That's what I'd be looking to see. Maybe back to those pre-market highs of around 267. Now, with Facebook, I don't like Facebook at all. So just because I hate their company, and I'm never going to take Facebook long. I only short it. Just because the censorship on them is unreal. Now we have decreasing volume or increasing volume with a larger spread. So that is something that we got to watch out for. Break under these market or pre-market or after hours lows. I think we could see it down to potentially 47.50 today. So I am going to be looking for DraftKings. Then we have the SPY. Yesterday, I absolutely got burned. I'm in go for 88 pre-market. It says that it's 910. Think about selling off at pre-market or repositioning for the next pullback. Yeah, that's a good plan. Let's go ahead and see where. Again, I think we had an increasing volume doji candle. That's not what you want to see. I mean, I think you can see a pullback maybe down to 8, maybe back down to where you bought in. So. And oh yeah, yesterday, the SPY, I was just like, you know what? The SPY is coming down. I know it's going to come down. Let me just tell you guys, it did not. Good afternoon, traders. How are you guys doing? I saw this rising wedge on the SPY, and then I was like, and I was in options, and and I'm not a huge options trader, and it was a pretty significant loss. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to take it. So I ended up buying my options at like 440, and I sold it at like 443, and I lost like 60% on those options. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's not unfortunate. It's my fault, and I know what I did wrong. And you guys learn more from mistakes than you do from winning trades. So, and my mistake there was not having a stop loss in place, not having a trade plan. I was just so convinced that the SPY is going to continue to dump, but it did not. I mean, honestly, Zoom, we have decreasing volume, but we might see if we break below this, like bro, yesterday's low, and the pre-market low, break over yesterday's low, I think we could potentially have room down to, I mean, maybe 265. Nothing crazy. So I'm actually not going to watch this just because there's not too much Nothing crazy that I want to really look at. So again, we have, sorry about that. We have mRNA and BROS. Let's look. We have mRNA. Now we're kind of cupping, which is good because we have to, for a reversal potentially, we have a gap to fill at 380 or 381. But I don't want to see is that we have the same volume and this lower spread with the doji candle. So as long as we stay above yesterday's low, I'm pretty bullish on mRNA. Then we have BROS. Riot Coin. Yeah, Bitcoin was ripping. It's at 59, almost at 60K. It actually cracked 60K and then dumped as... So, man, that's crazy. We have about the same amount of volume, but we really entered into this supply zone. I mean, I think we might potentially see a double top for BROS if we don't break that yesterday's high. Don't break yesterday's high. We could see a cup and handle form. Oh, is it? Oh, it just opened. Yeah, we could see a cup and handle form, and I would like to actually stay above the 50% level, which is chilling right at around 48.50. So if we can see it hold above around 49, then I think we could definitely see BROS crack above that $55 range and then back up to $60 for BROS. So again, let's go ahead and do we have any new gappers? Not really. We do have AIRI. What's going on with that? Gets a new $5.2 million deal for heavy helicopters. So yes, I am going to actually add this to the watch list just because they got a significant amount of money. So I do think we are going to see. But we had a lot of volume popping yesterday with increasing volume. I'm not too sure what's going on with that. Ideally, we're going to stay above $1 now. And we have some support at 110. Some resistance at 120. Break over 120, we could see it break those highs back up to 134. Potentially come back to 160. Did fill that gap, which is what we want to see. 188 to $2, and then 220, and then the high for AIRA or AIRI. Now, LMFA is kind of just slowly moving in and out, decreasing volume on this candle. A nice double top. If we break that 719 level, I wouldn't be looking to get in SOA till around 650. We have JSPR spiking. What's going on with JSPR? What's up 35%? Woo! We have news. Do we have news? Do we have news? Why GSPR is falling? No, I don't see any news on it really. Let's go ahead and see where it can go. I mean, it hit 18 today. It's in that. Let's go and remove these drawing sets. Might be a potential cup and handle. Look for a slight pullback, break above. We have room back up to 1936, and then those highs of 20.99. I mean, again, this price target was only at a or they had a $21 price target for it, I believe, or $26 price target. I'm not too sure. $21 price target. So we are not looking to buy JSPR over $21. Mid candle, Josh. I don't trade very much mid candles. I wish I could talk about it, but I don't want to talk about anything that I'm not really too experienced in. And then we have CUBA. Increasing volume doji candle at the top. Don't like to see that. Might have room lower. Very choppy. I'm just not a fan of the price action. JSPR quick scout. Night. Good stuff. Good stuff. Break over that 750. We have room up to that 1936. And the warrant for JSPR is, here we go. Float's 12 million. Sorry guys, what is the support level for LMFA? LMFA, I think we have some slight support back down at $5 or 480 to $5. If we break that, we have room down to around 450. And break 450, we're coming down to 4 for LMFA. And then we have SONA. I'm not really touching at SONA unless we see a strong bounce off 7. Break 7, we have room down to 650, 630. Now, I think JSPR is our top stock to watch right out of the gate. Now, we do have, today's volume is lower, so we don't have a lot of relative volume. But again, it just got some action. Now, I'm not too sure why JSPR is ripping to the upside, but we're just going to try to get in and out, get in and out, get in and out. We have 5 minutes left till market open. I am looking for this to pull back. VWAP is climbing up with it, so that's what I like to see. Maybe a bounce off VWAP for the continuation, but I'm not going to take any trades within 5 minutes of market open. And right, for our options, we're looking at AMD. AMD, a bounce off the pre-market highs. I think we have room down to 110. It's going to go room down to 110. Since we had decreasing volume yesterday, again, your stops would be above that with those pre-market highs. We have SQ. SQ, again, bounce off 250. Room down, I think we have room down to 243 and then potentially 237 if it does rip to the downside. But I mean, that's a really long price target. First price target would be at 243 for SQ. We do have a gap to fill, and that gap is at 243. So I do think we're going, since we had increasing volume yesterday on a doji candle with a higher wick, I do expect SQ to come down today, and I am going to be looking for some puts. We are also looking at Airbnb. Now, Airbnb break 170, room to 166. Break yesterday's low. I think since we have increasing volume yesterday, I think we can come down to 166 today. So I am also going to be looking for Airbnb. We have Coin. And Coin, again, bounce off that 260. We're breaking over that 260 level. I think we could see it back up to 267. But again, just because we have increasing volume with the gap, or where's the gap? We have a gap to fill. I would like to fill this gap, but it could be a gap and go strategy here. So this is not one of my top stocks to watch. I think my top options playlist or play right now is SQ. So look at SDNK. Again, increasing volume, lower wick, break that 49.25 level, room down to 47. Again, not a huge DraftKings. Now, our top stock to watch out of the gate is going to be JSPR. 2 minutes left. Very light volume on the pullback. This is exactly what we want to see. Did break that 736 level. Let's see what really happens here. Still very light volume. I want to see one more candle, or maybe a washout long here for JSPR for a potential quick scalp. Really, I wouldn't be taking the washout unless it's at like $16, just because this moves very quick. We're on 1 minute 23 seconds left. Here's the bigger pullback down to 1730. And here's that decreasing volume pullback that we want to see. And on the 5 minute as well. I think we could see JSPR move lower. Here we go. 30 seconds. LMFA dumping, which is not what we want to see. We don't want to see it crack. SON, yeah, I don't want to see. I'm not a fan of that. Right now, top stock to watch is going to be JSPR right out of the gate. I want to see a washout down to 16. If we can see a washout down to 16, I would be happy with that. Maybe a quick scalp. I want to see a quick washout down to 16. I'm not going to. We're going to break those highs, it looks like. Yep. Now, for some reason, I can't see my halt level. So I'm not too sure why that is. Can I see it on anything else? No, I cannot. For some reason, that's strange. But you guys can tell if it's halted if you start to see the level 2 start to stack. And I'm not going to take the washout just because we have that upper wick and we didn't wash out as far as I wanted to. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a peek on SQ. SQ bounce off 250, room down to 237. There's the bounce. Now I want to see, we're kind of getting confirmation. But I'm not going to take any puts right out of the gate so far. But I do think we have room lower for SQ. And JSPR, what's going on with JSPR? That washout, if you took that washout, that absolutely smashed. Perfect, but I didn't like it. I didn't like the risk to reward there. We're also going to decreasing volume. You usually want increasing volume on the trend higher. We have around 30 seconds left on this candle, so anything can happen. LMFA dumping, but we have increasing volume now. If we see this start to maybe have a very low spread, we might see the sellers start to be absorbed by the buyers. Might be looking for a red to green move potentially here for LMFA. Again, we know LMFA is something that always likes to rip just a little bit and then give everything back. So this is going to be very in and out, tight stops. So let's go ahead and see if we can get an order typed up. Might go in with a starter position of around 150. See if we can stops will be new low a day. Again, this is for the red to green move. I wouldn't be taking it right now because in the 1 minute it looks like we are seeing some more bearish momentum. We'll have to see when the next 2 minutes take what happens. Yep, there's the JSPR. Looking for it to hold though. I mean, with very high volume. AIRI is kind of moving. MEE. Not a huge fan of anything right now besides LMFA. I do want to see this kind of move. And then we also have SQ. Looking for it to hold or maybe come back retest the 51 or 250 level, or continuing lower. Yeah, so I am looking for SQ, but JSPR decreasing volume to the downside. As long as we don't break this low, I think we could see potential room. Again, you have to have really tight stops right below that low. Oh, it did break that low, so I'm not a fan of that though. But I mean, it still could be a nice double bottom. I'm not looking to take it though, just because it did break it. We do have a nice decreasing volume pullback. If we saw a really high volume with the doji candle, that would be a good indication that we are going to reverse here. LMFA, again, that there's that 5-minute red to potential hammer candle. Nice red to green move here. Increasing volume, decreasing volume on this pullback, slight pullback. Maybe a potential to cup and handle. We might pull back slightly. Your stops have to be below. I think I missed my entry. Yeah, you're risking 0.5% now, or 3.5%. So I did miss. That's unfortunate. And we're absolutely ripping to the upside with increasing volume now. I am going to be looking for a bull flag soon on LMFA. Let's very high volume. Now we're starting to see a smaller spread. If this closes with a smaller spread than the previous candle, I'm not looking to take this long anymore. But it looks like we are still getting buyers to take it up. Going to check SQ real quick. SQ dumping. I want to see another pull up here. I might take a small position if we see another successful retest of maybe 248. Stops would be above VWAP. We have increasing volume now with a smaller spread, so I am looking for a potential bullish move. So I'm not going to. I have my order typed up, but I'm not going to pull the trigger for that put yet. Increasing volume on JSPR might have a cup and handle, but it looks like it's LMFA. Here we go. Very high volume. That's not what we want to see on this candle. We don't want to see sellers starting to take it lower. We'll see if we can get that decreasing volume pullback here. Ideally, stay above $5, but if we don't, we can pull back, stay above $4.95. SONA, not a fan of it. Not a fan of it at all. We have ABVC, which is what I like, but not the decreasing volume for the uptrend, so I'm not a fan of that. ME, nice red to green move. We're going to see a lot of volume over the highs. We've at $8.92 to $9, and then we're up to break 9. We have room to 920 for ME. Now we have increasing volume. I would like to see a slight pullback, maybe a 90-minute bounce, maybe bounce off 875 here. Then we have AIRA, decreasing volume pullback. We could be looking to take a AIRA. What was the? Was there any news on this? I forgot what it was. Okay. They get a $5.2 million deal. So I am liking this. I might start a small starter position here, but I want to see if I can get in at like a 26. See if we can get it at 26. Because I want to risk like I want to risk 2 cents here. I'm in. Again, my stops are break below that, break below the low. So risking very small capital here. And again, I only went in with around half of my position, if that. So anything can happen here. Now we're starting to see increase that volume start to step in. I want to see buyers start to take it now. Yeah, I want to see the buyers start to take it now. If it doesn't take it now, we're definitely going to break the 90 EMA and come down. I'm going to get stopped out. Looks like oh, didn't get stopped out. There it is. Small loss, $10 in the day. Nothing crazy. Let's go ahead and look at SQ. SQ, here's the retest, decreasing volume. Now I want to see decreasing volume. Your stops are below that, or above that high. So let's go ahead and get our order typed up. Now we have increasing volume. I want to see this close with a smaller spread. If this closes with a smaller spread, it's telling me that sellers are now trying to enter the market. There it is. We have around 10 seconds left on this candle. Let's see if I can get in. Stops are above this high, except I can't get in. I'm in at 231. Wait, looking for the move lower here. Crushing Appleclaws. Yes, Casey, that's what we're talking about. Decreasing volume, stops are above the highs here. I want to see this crack to the downside. Whoops. For SQ, there's the crack. Stops are above 249. Don't like the decreasing volume pullback. JSPR is just pulling back hard. Don't like the AIRI. ME. ME's moving. ME is moving. Decreasing volume though. Look for the pullback here. Look for a pullback down to maybe 9,822. Might find resistance off 902. With the break at 902, we have room up to 950 or 943, 950. Yep, there's the dump. I want to see more volume. I don't want to see this start to. I don't want to see this start to hit the highs. I mean, because I'm not a huge fan of this decreasing volume. Now we have about the same with higher spread. So, because we could have a potential head and shoulders pattern here. Yeah, so I am looking to. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that. See if I can get out here. There, I'm out. Oh, we got dumped. I sold way too early. Sold way too early. But look how little volume this is. It's all good though. I got scared out. It's okay. Will it continue to come down? Potentially. We'll see what happens. I got a minus $3 on the day for that one. Nothing crazy on those calls. Yeah, I might be looking to more enter if we see a more confirmation on SQ. LMFA kind of flagging break over 530. I mean, we're back at the 550 potentially here. And we continue to move. I don't think I saw many LMFA. Yeah, they're the ones with the Bitcoin miners. 48.20. Yeah, I sold way too early, guys. Sold way too early. Let's go ahead and look to get in again. I mean, man, I'd be up $50 now. Sold way too early. Unfortunate, guys. That worked out perfectly. We had the AMD bounce. Bounce off 230. Boom. There it is. It's coming down. That was working out pretty well. SQ would have been up $100 on there. Sold it way too early, guys. That's what I'm talking about. I just get scared out. My mind's not in a good spot. We have Airbnb. Looking for if we crack 170, not really working out. Coinbase. Bounce off. Bounce off. Oh, nope. We have the gap and go here. We broke 29 20 or 49.25. Looking forward to find resistance now. I think we'd see it room down to 47.51 52. In the SQ, those puts absolutely crushed it. Up 50% already. But unfortunate. We have WTRH. We're giving everything back. I'm not a huge fan of it right now. Do we have any news? Not really. Not really. Let's go and look at LMFA. LMFA is moving, broke over those highs. We had ME. That's what we were watching. Looking for that deep pullback. I want to see us hold 892 now. AIRI, JSPR, SONA. Not really liking it. Let me delete it off the watch list. LMFA is ripping. There's our halt level. Decreasing volume pullback. I want to see this. We might be able to see this back up to 6. Break over 6. We were up to 7 potentially. 6.15 and then 7. So we are going to look at LMFA again. We have to watch out because this has the history of ripping to the upside and giving a lot back. So man, those those puts absolutely printed. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I think we have room still down to 243 potentially for SQ. Don't like that decreasing volume with the larger spread though. ME, here we go. I want to see this hold. Here's the decreasing volume pullback. I mean, if we can hold 550, that'd be good. Hold 550, that'd be good. I might start a small starter position here. I don't like that we had increasing volume though, so I'm not on this candle, so I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. And a nice pivot low. I'm gonna go and actually jump in a little bit here because we do have that pivot low. My stops are below the low. And once I get more confidence in this, then I'm going to I'm not getting more confidence. Keep my stops pretty tight, so I'll just go in with more as it comes down, continuing. Increasing volume, and I kind of anticipated it a little bit too much there. We're still only 15 minutes in the market. I think I'm over trading, guys. Got to step back. Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what's happening here. Now that SQ is kind of pulling up now. Broke below that low, didn't find resistance on it. Oh, sorry about the scanners, guys. There we go. Man, those SQ calls really messed me up, or puts. I could have made a lot of money, but it's unfortunate. Not a lot of money. I mean, 50% on the, which is a good amount for what I was doing. But LMFA, ME pulling up, pulling back. Not a huge fan of anything right now. I think JSPR is going to give a lot back today. Decreasing volume, though we might be able to catch a potential dip buy or reversal. I see a potential higher low coming up with the inverse head and shoulders pattern. Room back up to 1730 and then 18. Break over those highs. We're going to see a lot of volume start to pop in. But that's if we start to see the reversal. We have AMD. Nice higher low. Reversal here. Airbnb break 170. Thought it was going to be a gap and go, but I think if we break 170 here, we have room lower. So I'm going to be watching Airbnb. I think if we break 267, we have room down to 264 Coinbase. So I am going to be looking for a coin to break those lows. I think we have room down to 260 here. So I am watching Coinbase right now for the puts. We got DraftKings. Broke, but didn't find resistance on 49.25, so that's not a good. So that plays out. AMD puts would have worked. We didn't find really resistance on it. I'm watching for Coinbase though. Coinbase is what I'm watching. Increasing volume though, we might want to see it break the lows and then room down to 260 for Coinbase. Again, how is the SPY doing? The SPY is up to 445. I'm glad I didn't hold those contracts or swing those contracts overnight. Good morning. What plays are we taking? Right now we're watching LMFA, maybe for the potential ABC move, bull flag, bounce off 528. You have ABVC might start to see a reversal. We're kind of cupping. We'll have to see what happens. ME, nice. We want to see a potential another higher low. I did this. You might be able to consider that as a higher low, but I'm not, just because I want to see a cleaner one. Inverse head and shoulders pattern, break it, room back up to 920. Over 920, we have a lot of potential back up to 940. AIRI, not a fan. Might see that higher low pattern here for JSPR. Decreasing volume on the pullback. I want to see it bounce here. Your stops have to be below the low. They're around 2% away. Like this decreasing volume pullback with an inverse head and shoulders pattern. I'm going to break the downtrend here. Now I want to see buyers start to step in and absorb this. Don't want to see this crack the low. If it cracks the low, 1250. Not a huge fan of it now. We have one touch, two touch, looking for the third touch, higher low. Breaking the downtrend, room back up to VWAP here. If you can get a nice entry at like 1588, you could potentially catch a dollar move here. Coinbase starting to with Coinbase, we have a descending triangle on so I do think I'm gonna buy puts. Might buy I'm gonna have a small starter position with the break of the, we'll see what happens here. Stops are gonna be above VWAP here. I want to see another touch potentially and get rejected off of it, because we do have that decreasing volume pullback, so I don't want to see us crack. Here's JSPR. Decreasing volume on this uptrend. I want to see a higher low now, but I'm not a fan of this decreasing volume. I usually want to see increasing in volume here. Not a fan of AIRI. ME double top. Not a fan. LMFA. Hit 920. Want to see it hold here. Don't like that increasing volume on this candle. Not a fan of it. Might have a inverse head and shoulders pattern here. Decreasing volume now. Stops have to be below VWAP. You're risking, or potentially this low, so you're risking around less than 1%. You're risking around less than 2%, but for the potential to gain 2.3 and then potentially 5% if it comes up to those highs. I want to see increasing volume now on this candle. And that's why I didn't buy yet. I want to see us get rejected off this trend line one more time. And this could be a downtrend break, but I don't like how this pulled back. It's pulling back to the same level. It's not lows that are getting lower. It's all pulling back to the same level, and it's getting rejected off that 267 level. So we'll see what happens if this has increasing volume with a tight spread. But it doesn't look like it. Looks like we're kind of cracking it. It looks like we're going to continue higher. I'm glad I didn't anticipate that trade. Let's go and see if we can get back inside there. Still very light volume. That's what we want to see. I think we could see more room to the downside. Again, I would be risking very little now. Decreasing volume pullback. JSPR. Oh, I missed the break. I was too focused on Coinbase coin. But we have that decreasing volume pullback. Could have got in, risk below the low. It's unfortunate. LMFA. Not a fan of it. So right now, JSPR, looking for that. You can come all the way back to VWAP potentially here. SQ getting a bounce. We have DraftKings. Here it is, but we have decreasing volume. I'm not a fan. Stops have to be above the previous high. Increasing volume now. I think I'm going to go ahead and send in one order. Stops are above the high. As we get confirmation and break this trend, I'm going to add in a little bit more. I want to see this crack to the downside. If we crack, I might add into the position. That's only 2.3%. And we're gapping up, but I do want to see us pull back and fill that gap on Coinbase. JSPR. We have that increasing volume on a doji candle. That's not what I want to see. ME, looking to the maybe a cup and handle here, higher low. Want to see a pullback and stay above $9. Want to see it hold, break above and then hold 9. There is the break for ME. Not really liking anything else right now. I'm watching Coinbase, looking for the descending triangle break. LMFA. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it at all. I mean, we broke that. I think we have room down to 5 before we start to find support. I'm not going to touch this until 5, and then potentially look for a reversal. Getting squeezed. Decreasing volume. Stops are above VWAP. Don't like to see that. I mean, this is just not like the best trend line, I should say. M jumped with quick only news with Morgan Stanley took 10%. Yes, it's just momentum. There it is. Yeah, that's why I didn't like that really high doji candle. ME, maybe a higher low reversal pattern, maybe room back to 3 for LMFF or for ABVC. Decreasing volume. I don't want to see that. Don't want to see us pop above VWAP. Pop above VWAP. I'm just gonna take my loss. We have like no volume on this candle. Buyers don't want to bring it higher. Here we are, broke the low. Don't like to see that decreasing volume. I want to see more volume start to come in as we continue lower here. Now, if we don't crack 267 here in the next couple of minutes, I'm not going to take. I'm going to take my profits or just take small loss. I'm not a fan of it. It's not getting the explosiveness out of the downtrend that I want. So plus we're having very light volume on this pull on this move. So I think I'm just actually just gonna take it. Not a fan of it. I'm out. And of course, right when I sell, it dumps. It's okay though. It's okay. What's SQ doing? SQ kind of coming down. BAC is a consistent riser. Good time to take profits. I mean, we have decreasing volume on this pullback, which is what we want to see. I mean, I don't really see profits. I mean, it's going to be at 50 cents, whole dollars. We have decreasing volume though in the 15-minute, which is what we don't want to see. We have 10 minutes left still on this candle though. 5-minute decreasing volume. So I mean, I would say if it breaks below this previous low, take your loss or take your profits. We do have, so Coinbase, there's that increasing volume on a doji candle. Not a fan of it. Look for the bounce off. Look for maybe a double top here. I think we have room down to 110 potentially. If we continue low, let's go ahead and look at the SPY, see what's going on. The SPY is just moving up. So, I mean, I'm not going to be looking at taking some puts now. Right now, nothing's halted. Nothing's really moving. I mean, JSPR. I'm not a huge fan of anything right now besides ME. Okay, ME is going to be my top stock to watch actually. Very high volume. Break over that flag off the 90 MA. That would have been that would have been a great trade right here. Decreasing volume pullback. All right, let's see if we can get a Sun Power SPWR. Sorry, my man. I don't know how long that's been up there. SPWR moving. Decreasing yesterday. I mean, we've decreasing volume 15 minutes. We have around 8 minutes left in this candle, so still anything can happen. Might be forming a rising wedge though. So be careful. Take your profits. I think we have room back down to 25, 26 actually, and then potentially 20, 25 if we do crack this rising wedge for SPWR. Decreasing volume for JSPR. I think that's just going to die off for the rest of the day. Now my top stock to watch is ME. ME. Now if we look at the charts, I mean, if we break over those 940, 943. I mean, we don't really have much resistance until 1081, which looks like we are. So I am looking to take. Now I don't want to see that increasing volume with a lower spread. FAMI. Might be forming a potential, like, I don't even know. I mean, might squeeze the upside or downside. If we break below 33 cents, we're squeezing to the downside. Break above 38 cents, we're going to squeeze to the upside. Ideally, we want to see increasing volume today. We're getting some pretty high volume. We want to keep this up. For FAMI, we have ME. I want to see a pullback down to the 90 MA for ME. Now is ME a float? It doesn't have the float, so. We are starting to get that decrease in volume, so expect a small pullback here. Small base hit on the SPY. Would have liked to let it run a bit. Leave the office in a couple minutes. Yep. Smart for taking some profits. SQ Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase is just not dumping that higher low potential here now with the break. Might up 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking for that. Looking for another higher low here to crack this uptrend. I mean, that could be considered might be a rising wedge, but well, I mean, I think we could still see AMD stops would have to be above high a day. You're looking to take puts on it. What is our ETR? I mean, AMD here moves 3% in a day, 3% in a day. So I mean, it could easily go down 1.5%. Really high volume on that hammer candle. Don't want to see it crack 113. Cracks 113, then it's off the table. All right, it's a pretty slow day in the market. Nothing's even halted today. What's going on with that? Oh, let me turn on my camera so you guys can see my beautiful face. Josh, if you're watching, I would suggest Rain Energy. This will it's not recommended for people under 18. It's pretty damn strong. LMFA is moving back. Okay. Might see. I want to see another higher low, potential inverse head and shoulders pattern. Room back up to VWAP and potentially the 9 or 530. ME, I want to see a nice pullback. First run, second. We have this decreasing in volume. Looks like it wants to break right now. We'll see what happens though. We have big seller. If we see it start to get taken out at 950, yep, there it is. Break 950, we're gonna rip. Scalping though. Scalp. If LMFA, yep, decreasing volume pullback. Stops have to be above or below the previous low. So you're risking around 3 point, right? If you're buying now, you have to risk around 3.5%. Cole, right now, I'm not in anything right now. I've had a couple losing trades on LMFA. I think, and then I think that's the rep. I might have had one other for equities, and I was taking I took SQ, I believe it was, off the short for this to break the lower, but this candle right here with that increasing in volume scared me out, but I would have made 50% on that, which is unfortunate. Small loss of, I think, like, it's only $3 loss. Then we have Coinbase. I was looking to see this descending triangle, and we just never broke. So I cut my loss there with a small $15 loss. But right now, I'm looking for ME. I think, or ME's ripping to the upside again. That's unfortunate. I wasn't able to capitalize on it. I mean, we're getting that higher volume. We just continue to push. And then I am looking for LMFA for a potential reversal here. I don't want to see that increasing volume though, which is unfortunate. And then ME is just one that we need to keep on watch. We have decreasing volume. But to me, it looks like the buyers are now starting to lose. I mean, pushed up, and then we're not pushing up as high per pullback. If you know what I mean. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end the TikTok live here. If you guys want to come finish the stream, come over to the YouTube. Thank you guys for stopping by. Oh, I got 14 new followers. Lit. All right, all right. Right now, I'm not really seeing anything. I think I'm going to delete JSPR off the watch list. I'm just not a fan of it right now. Let's go to percent change. Let's go to configure volume. CEI. What's going on with CEI? CEI is up 12%. Going on. I mean, we might have a double top here, so expect we might have a rip to the downside. Alrighty, I'm back. Come here, Stella. You guys want to see my dog? Come on. Let's see if we can bring her up here. You can see a little bit of her. But no, I'm not into anything right now. Okay, lay down. Don't want to run over your toes. LMFA, there's that nice reversal pattern. Wasn't able to capitalize on it again. It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, I'm not in the zone. Haven't been this week. This week's just been a little bit. SQ coming down more. What's the SPY doing? The SPY looks like it's starting to pop down. We're starting to see increasing in volume, lower spreads. We might see the buyers now start to absorb what's going on. Thank you guys for the likes. And if you are on YouTube, please hit that like button. Let's try to get to 10 likes on this stream. Could it reach 5.6 on LMFA? I think we could see it reach 5.6 if we do see the buyers start to take it over VWAP, break over VWAP. I mean, I think we could easily see this back up to 560 if we do see that the buyers start to take it. SNOA. Looks like it's starting to cup here. I mean, might be flagging over VWAP. I mean, we have room back up to 755 potentially, and then 811. Stops have to be below 7, but it's just dumping. SONA. I think this is just moving because of there was a Moderna's booster shot gets FDA. So I think it's just pharmaceuticals that are moving up. So I mean, it's not like that specific stock. Man, we had to spike up to 43 viewers. Wow. Oh. ABVC's dumping. I'm going to go ahead and delete that off the watch list. CI I'm also going to delete just because it's momentum. We are very overextended on ME. I'm looking for a big pullback here. I think we'll see a more significant one, potentially down to around 9. We could see one down to 920. But obviously, we might find at like at 950. How's SQ doing? The SPY, looking for the SPY to double top potentially, but kind of not moving. Such a Oh man, let's go ahead and look at our options. Let's see if we can see anything that's that really looks good. I mean, this SPY. I'm looking at AMD. I want to see a pullback and double top at like 1250. Looking for the room lower. Whoa. Goddamn king. How many money and a thing now? Here today, any stock you following? Today I'm watching Riot, Ubo. Right now, I'm not a huge fan of anything. I mean, few trades, one of them went in my direction, but I got scared out on the false move to the upside, which is unfortunate. Yeah, guys, if you didn't know, you could do that. You have a watch list for TD Ameritrade. You can go to public and then go to top gainers, and you can link it to your chart, and you can have the top gainers for it, and it usually lines up with our scanners. Decrease, might have a little decreasing volume here. I'm not a huge fan of anything. I mean, getting into lunchtime, I think I'm gonna slow down on trading now. And we can go ahead and talk about some cryptocurrencies if you guys are interested in that. FOUNU. Oh, it's something I don't even know what it was. Might be a potential bear flag here. We had decreasing volume to move higher. I would be looking, I think LMFA has more room to the downside. Break those lows. We have room down to 450. Might find some slight resist or support around 460. Break 450. We have room down to 4 for LMFA. Again, LMFA is one of those that likes to rip to the upside and then dump. We can see that. And 207. I mean, we don't. Oh, this is OPGN. Oh, let's go to LMFA. Yeah, gapped up, run, and then it looks like we're about to give everything back how it was. So LMFA looks like it's gonna crack. And I think it's just gonna die off for the rest of the day. ME, that increasing volume, does this usually okay, we don't have much history. But I do think this might be a good opportunity to catch, move higher. On the 5 minute, we are seeing that. I want to see decreasing volume pull back to around 4, maybe back to around VWAP at 930. This would be a good potential opportunity here. So I'm looking for that decreasing volume pullback. The implied volatility is absolutely crazy right now on it. So for ME, I was looking to see if maybe options, but again, the implied volatility is at 400, so that's a no-go. So we're gonna look at we got 10 here, but I don't like. I think for that decreasing volume pullback, around 127, 120. I think we could see a nice bounce here, maybe back to 984. Here's maybe starting to bounce a little. Might add in, like, start with a third of my position. Risking below VWAP. I'm risking around 20 cents here. Looking to add in as I get more confidence in it. We have that increasing volume on this hammer candle, which is what I want to see. Break 441. I might add in a little bit more. I want to see increasing volume though. Still decreasing volume, which is okay. On the 1 minute, we might. I don't like to play the downtrend when it's too steep like that. So that decreasing volume. The SPY absolutely dumped. SQ. I would like to see increasing volume on this candle, on a doji candle, for the move for room higher. A very nice decreasing volume pullback. Softs are below 922. Starting to get that increase in volume. I would like to see this candle close pretty high. Around 2 minutes left on this candle. I want to see this start to get increasing in our. Is witching hour where the trading starts to die off? Yes, yes it is. I want to see if this cracks this previous. If this cracks 920. I'm selling it. I'm selling the rest. I'm selling this position. But I am looking to average in for the move back up to potentially 984, $10. I want to see an increasing volume doji candle here. See an increasing volume doji candle, I'm going to add in. And then when we see a pivot low, I'm going to add in more. And stops would be above. Once we see that pivot low, continue higher, break above this candle, my stops would go back to break even. There's that candle. I want to see this close now. Or if we see a pivot low in the 1 minute. I want to see this. I don't see a halt level, which is unfortunate. Now we're about to have increasing in volume on a doji candle. That's what we want to see. We're around 45 seconds left on this candle. If this can... There, we got increasing in volume now. Doji candle. With a pivot low, I'm going to go ahead and average in again. My stops are below VWAP now in this low, 24. My stops are at 25, below the low. Once this breaks 941, I'm going to add more. But actually, I want to see an increase in volume, though. Not getting some movement. I'm not a fan of... I want to see a double bottom. I don't want to see it break this low. EMEA is over. It's following the rest of the market. You think so? I think it's possible. It's possible. I'm in this trade already. Let's see if we can start to get some action here. I want to see increasing volume, but I do not like to see this very light volume on this candle. We do have around 4 minutes left on this candle, though. Or 3.5. I want to see buyers start to take this. There it is. I think we could see it maybe back at 962 potentially before continuing lower. So I mean, 962 is going to be my price target for right now. If we don't win it, if we continue to if it follows the market. Same with the SPY. If the SPY comes down, I think we could see it come down to 44.5 before we can see it continue to. As we see a pivot low, we can see increasing volume on this candle. That would be ideal. Cupping on the 5 minute or 1 minute. The SPY looks bearish. We have very light volume on the pullback. There's a perfect test of 925. Room down. I think we have room down to 47.52 for DraftKings. I'm getting out of there. I'm tired of that. I'm gonna start looking for potential, since it looks like we're falling. The market's just kind of starting to curl over, and of course, when I sell, we're starting to get that movement in there. Crowd. Yeah. Airbnb, Coinbase. All right, I mean, it's getting that around that time, lunchtime. It's getting slow. Let's go ahead and actually hop into a lesson. Let's go ahead and talk about some cryptocurrencies, I guess. I mean, unless you guys want to talk about some volume price analysis, indicators, dynamic support and resistance. But I guess we're just gonna start. I'm gonna cover my top 5 favorite coins. Shiba Inu, my favorite coin. My favorite one, guys. Load up on Shiba Inu. It's going to $1. No, I'm joking. Please do not. Unless it's fun. It is fun to invest and like kind of gamble on some of these things, but not like it's not. I mean, trade them. It's not something I would suggest. And on the 1 hour, we cracked. We went all the way up to 60,000, over 60,000. Now we had really high volume. I do think we might find some resistance at 60,000. I would not like to break that that key level. I mean, I would want to see a nice, healthier pullback to load up before we actually explode back up to those all-time highs. And Bitcoin could absolutely explode. I mean, there's a very nice higher low. Let's go ahead and actually measure. Again, if we use our Fibonacci retracement tools, we pulled back right between that 61.8 and that 50% fib level. So if we use our trend-based Fibonacci extensions, we can see that we have a price target of around 65 to 68,000. So if we can break all, and plus once we get a lot of volume popping in over that all-time high, I think we have a lot. We could move really, really high. And look, we're kind of moving. We popped up, moving sideways up in like a channel almost. That's kind of how it is. I do expect a fast drop. Down to around 53. It's going to be it's false move to the downside. If we can see, we're going to see a fast. I think we're going to see probably a fast drop to around 53 before continuing and breaking to those all-time highs for Bitcoin. But right now, QNT is one of my favorite. It is my favorite coin. Now it's an overledger. There's been talks where they're working with Visa. Now QNT, some cryptocurrencies can't communicate with other cryptocurrencies. Now Quant wants to change that. It wants every single crypto to be able to communicate to each other. And right now, and QNT has 33% less supply than Bitcoin, meaning it can move that much faster. So I think QNT, if you're going to load up on any coin, it's going to be QNT. And plus that $283. I mean, I could easily see this hitting by the end of the year if this bull run continues over $1,000. 100%. It's going to move stupid quick. Here's a popped up to 121%. That happens again. I mean, we could see this as a $600 coin, easy. Pop up, boom, boom, 190. I think we could easily. We've been kind of consolidating. I think we'll see this pop up, have a nice explosive movement here in the next few days. So I am going to be looking for QNT. Going to look at an hourly chart with a nice higher low. I think it's a good time to buy for QNT. This is probably my favorite coin. Has a lot of potential. XRP is looking to replace the SWIFT system for banks to move money around. Right now, it takes the banks a lot of time to move money around. I love XRP. Yes, XRP is awesome. It takes a few days to move money from bank to bank. I am heavy into XRP too. Looks like we might have an inverse head and shoulders pattern as well. Take a measured move here, move back up, gives a price target around 150. I think that's possible. Excuse me. With the break in the downtrend, I think we could see this back up to those highs soon. And then ICP. One of my favorite. Yes, all the private investors dumped everything. Dumped everything. But I want to overlook that just because if it can move down that fast, it can move up that fast. Just because ICP is doing something that's absolutely extraordinary. And I'm not too sure if I have any competitors. I haven't really done research, but I haven't heard any competitors for them. Basically, they're trying to create a decentralized internet so that so your internet service provider does not have control over your internet. If they want, like, oh, shut off the internet, because there will be a cybersecurity attack, a global, worse than the pandemic. It is like, it's gonna be worse than COVID, cybersecurity, internet, whatever. It's all gonna be crazy, and ICP is trying to fix that. They don't want the big tech companies to actually have control over the internet. Having an XRP, also VeChain, Matic, and of course Ethereum. Yes, I love XRP. VeChain is great. VeChain is going to take over the supply chain, and Matic is also great. I also have some Matic. HBAR. HBAR is extremely fast. They're like the Web 3.0. Their hash graph. Go ahead and take a peek at their website. We can see that low speed, decentralized. It's like instead of a blockchain, it's like a web. So instead of in a linear kind of blockchain, it's a blockchain that's like a web, and it can do a lot faster. And these are all of their partnerships. So they have Google, Boeing, Shinhan Bank, Standard Bank, Whirlpool, or Willpro, I don't know how to say that, LG. So they have a ton of people. And then we can see that Bitcoin, 3 transactions a second. And then Hedera at 10,000. And plus, Hedera is super low, or it's energy efficient. So I think that it has a lot of potential. VXV. I haven't really done my research on VXV. Not too sure. VeChain is so really my top 5 are QNT, XRP, ICP, and HBAR and VeChain. Really, those are my top. And then yes, you have Ethereum and Bitcoin, but for my altcoins, I think it's Quant, XRP, ICP, HBAR, and VeChain for the top. And then VeChain also has a downtrend that it looks like we're going to break. Potential inverse head and shoulders pattern here. Same with XRP. I mean, it looks like we're gearing up to absolutely explode. So I'm definitely load up on everything, and I'm personally going to load up on QNT. If we see where we pull back, let's go ahead and use our Fibonacci retracements to see where we could have pulled back. We pulled back right into that OTE zone between 61.8 and 78.6 level. So let's go ahead and use our trend-based extensions. That gives us the price target around 550 to 580 for QNT. So that's like 100%. That's what I'm going to be looking for QNT. And I am going to be looking to sell a lot of my cryptos if I'm trading it by the end of the year, by the end of this bull run, just because the bear market's coming. I mean, if you don't want to worry about getting the good entries and good whatever, then I wouldn't suggest selling it and just loading up on it. Don't even focus on how much money is in your account during when the bear market comes. Only focus on how many coins you have. For QNT, during the bear market, when it bear market happens, ideally I would like to get 20, 30 coins of QNT, load up on it, and potentially even more. Depends how low it drops, obviously, but I would like to load up on QNT just because the market cap is stupid low. Let's see what happens if do we have more data? Nope. Bitrex. Oh, Bitrex. QNT was all the way up at 1,000. Really? QNT Tether. Okay, here we go. We're starting to get there's so many different. Yeah, so I think we could easily see QNT rip to the upside. And if you guys are ever looking at trying to find the fundamentals of a coin, go to coingecko.com, search up your coin. There you go. And now QNT is also very, very far down on the list. Quant, right here, it's at 51. It's a market cap of 3.7, 3.8 billion. Now, that's crazy. That's not a lot at all, considering we have VeChain at 7.7, and VeChain has a much larger supply. Shiba Inu is at 12 million or 12 billion. I think Quant would have to, almost quadruple in price to get to where Shiba is for the same amount of money. So you'd be able to 4x. It's crazy. 7 days, Bitcoin's just pumping. Market cap's 1.1 trillion, back above that $1 trillion mark. At 60,000. Let's go ahead and look at the Bitcoin total or Bitcoin dominance. Again, we're pumping. Again, Bitcoin's kind of pumping up. And when Bitcoin's pumping up, I think we're going to find some resistance at 46, and we're going to start to see that pullback on Bitcoin with inside of that key zone, that small pullback back down to 53. And then we'll see the altcoins or the large cap coins like Ethereum, Binance Coin, Cardano, XRP, all the top big large coins start to move and start to take over, take that movement. And then we might continue to see Bitcoin break over those that and just absolutely rip. And now the total market cap for crypto, and now it looks like we made a higher low. Could be a nice cup and handle. Could be a huge cup and handle on the market cap. Now what I'm looking for is if we see a pullback, we could see this rip to the upside of 2.5 trillion dollars. That's a price target that I have for the market cap, and it would basically double from where it is right now. And if we use our Fibonacci retracement tools, we pulled back to around 0.5. We might be able to see it pop up to around 1.9 to 2 trillion. Excuse me, to 2 trillion. So the crypto run is crazy, but also I've seen this everywhere. I'm sure you guys have seen this chart. This was the last bull run back in 2018. Look how much it moved. You're expecting to see this move. We're only right here. See how we had a broke out and then boom, we're ripping. But what they failed to realize is how much capital that took. This took almost around $5 billion or $500 billion to move it from here to here. It took almost $1 trillion to move it from here to here. So capital-wise, we are already double the previous bull run. And then we pulled back. We did stay above that. I mean, we didn't. The market cap did rip to the upside. I mean, if we do the same percentage, it's 200. Oh my God, 270,000%. That just won't happen. I mean, if 270,000%, that'd bring it all the way. It's way up. That would bring us up at 1300 trillion market cap, or 1.3 quadrillion. Yeah, that won't happen. I see that all over TikTok. No, not on this bull run, at least. When the crypto is fully adopted within the next 20 years, I think it's possible. I don't even know if there's that much money in the world. There probably is. There probably is. I'm probably but we need to see the crypto start to take over every single aspect of technology. Your phones are going to run on the blockchain technology. Every single company is soon going to run on the blockchain technology. Cars are going to run on the blockchain technology in the future. It's going to everything. Computers, it's going to take over just because it's so much more efficient than what we have now. Hmm. Let's go and check. Let's go and check our stocks. See what's going on with Zoom. LMFA still dying off. ME. So that trade would have been profitable for ME. Would have been up maybe around 2.4%. So nothing crazy, but it's okay. SNOA diving. LMFA diving. All right, I think I'm going to wrap up trading. I'm going to grab something to eat, and then I might be back on later after market or after lunch, see if anything's popping up. Oh, wait, whoa. We have NXTD. What's going on with NXTD here? What's going on with NXTD? What's the news? Alert, December 17th, 0.5 call sweeps near the ask. I'm not really too sure. So again, look for NAKD break. Whoa. NAKD, if we break that high again, we have room back up to 75 cents and then potentially 87. LMFA has no hope, right? I mean, potentially we could have some hope if we break out of the falling wedge, but I'm not a huge fan of it because LMFA has a history of just giving everything back. Yeah, so could be a falling wedge, might be a short-term reversal, but I think LMFA is just done for the day. Here it is, pumping and dumping every morning. Yes, it is. Pump, dump. I mean, at least we're holding above that 218. I mean, we're holding above this trend line, decreasing volume on this pullback. I think PROG has the potential to rip more. Honestly, I mean, yeah, I think we could easily see. I mean, I like this decreasing volume pullback here. Let's go ahead and look at our flexible grid real quick. Yeah, decreasing volume, we're staying above. I mean, we might have a descending triangle forming. I mean, if we break $2, I'm not a huge fan of that. We also, buyers are trying to bring it up, but sell it. They're just getting met with sellers. So we'll have to see what happens tomorrow with PROG. PROG should be sitting around 240-ish tomorrow. Hopefully, my man, hopefully. Maybe average into some more calls for PROG. I do think we are going to start to squeeze maybe tomorrow, just because we have this very light volume, decreasing volume pullback. So I made on my PRG buy and sells this week. Awesome, 38%. Woo! That's a great return. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab some food. Thank you guys for stopping in. I'll pop in later today. Hope to see you guys. Just make some money. Be safe out there. Trading start to slow down. Hello, hello. Just decided to pop in the mic. I saw you guys were talking about Bitcoin over 60K. Just letting you guys know if you guys don't have the live stream up, talking about BTC. Because I do think we are going to see a pullback for Bitcoin, honestly. Let me go ahead and explain why. Just because we're kind of coming into these highs. And, this is a much longer bear market, but when we see last time we were trying to break over these highs, we were kind of forming, this kind of up channel just with these one candles. And when it's an up channel with just these candles, not like swings, they're just high and lows of candles. I hate that price action. So like that's my least favorite price action. And we had a nice fake out before ripping to the upside. Now, we're kind of forming that same kind of channel here, kind of breaking out here. But I wouldn't be surprised one bit if we have another false move to the downside, maybe come back and stop around 50 to 53K before ripping like we did before we broke out. Now you can also see so that's really all I have to say about Bitcoin. I think we can absolutely see it over the next few days. If we crack, again, once we crack that high, we cracked the high on this candle and got a ton of volume. And then it cracked the high, 1, 2, 3, 4 immediately. Then took 4 days, we were up 20%. And then after it cracked the high, it took 24 days to run up 100%. So, yeah, I think Bitcoin could absolutely rip here soon. And then if Bitcoin rips, expect it to then start to run into the large cap XRP, Ethereum, all the Solana, Binance Coin, and then expect it to go into lower mid cap cryptos and then into low cap cryptos. So I'm expecting XRP or Quant. We can look at this was at September 3rd and 4th. Now let's go to Bitcoin. September 3rd and 4th. Quant was pumping when Bitcoin was pumping, or kind of pumping. So I do expect Quant to follow very, very soon. With the break of the downturn, I think we could see Quant back up to those highs very fast within a day. If we see this kind of volume pop in. Hello, hello. Let's go ahead and look at BTCTUS. And I'm not too sure. Yeah, for some reason, this is I don't know what that is. Let's go ahead and look at. Is that a crypto? I mean, I've never heard of that before. Oh, it's just BCT. Oh, Bitcoin. Or are you talking about? Oh, this is the stock, but yes, Bitcoin. Yes, I do think we're chilling at right. You know, 60,000. Now, whales who are shorting Bitcoin, they are going to definitely, I would assume, because they have enough money that I wouldn't be surprised if they started manipulating the price, aka adding into their position close to these all-time highs, scaring people out. Now let's look at the Bitcoin shorts. We're kind of pumping up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a big spike just like this, to push the price down so that they could cover their shorts real quick and then pump it even more. Now, when you come into Bitcoin, where is it? I do think I hate it when these candles are making an upward channel when it's only a candle, not the swing highs and swing lows. So, breaking out, increasing volume. I think we will see a pullback before we break the all-time high to around 50 to 53K. Now, we have increasing volume on this candle, but we have absolutely barely as much. We have a little bit more volume than the previous. Not 2x. This candle's like 3, 4x, whatever, longer, because this is the doji candle and this spread's larger. So we should see, if we see this candle have this much volume, it's not even 2x volume, then we should see the spread not be this large. This is telling me that there's no sellers whatsoever. So now when we get into these all-time highs, maybe to around 61 to maybe 61, 62,000, I think, the short sellers, the whales, could add on to their position and absolutely dump the price, making it so they can get in for a better price. Cover their shorts down low at 50 to 53 before continuing pushing higher. Because overall, we had on this run, we had an increase in volume. We've just been having decreasing in volume right now. So I do want to see a big spike in volume somewhere soon. I want to see really high relative volume. So that gives us confirmation that now the whales are jumping in, looking to bring it higher or lower. We'll have to see where the volume kind of steps in. With so much anticipation about this bull run, most likely will be just confirmation of more bull run. So let's go and look at the hourly. Again, we're basically at the top. Now we're starting to have decreasing volume. See how we have lighter volume on a larger spread? That's telling me that this is a weak uptrend. This is very weak. And I didn't mean to get rid of that. If we look at this, we have a rising wedge. So, oh, that's cool to get rid of that like that. I don't know if you click down on your mouse wheel, you can get rid of those. But yeah, I think we have decreasing volume to the upside. I think we're going to continue to break. I think we're gonna drop back. I think this could be a false breakout to the upside. I do. So, anyways, be careful out there. Bitcoin is very manipulated. I think we could easily see this pop back up to all-time highs. And then I honestly think that we could see, there's a few different indications that's telling me that we could see Bitcoin hit $100,000 by the end of the year, or by the end of this bull run. That being this kind of Fibonacci retracements from the swing low to the swing high at 61.8 and right into that OTE zone. And then if we use trend-based Fibonacci's, we can see that we have a price target of around $100,000. Go ahead and use a measured move. That puts us at a price target of around 191, in that range, 91.95, so close to $100,000. Now we have decreasing volume. We still have 2 days left on this weekly candle. If we do not close with increasing volume, then I don't know what to tell you guys. Well, to see what happens, and I'll cover Bitcoin again once this candle closes and really see what's going on, see if this is a good confirmation. And so if you guys want to stay up to date, make sure to either be an alpha and I can keep you guys updated, or come over to the YouTube and subscribe, and then I can keep you guys up to date there. If you guys are watching the stream, give me 1 second because I'm moving my monitors so I can do some work on my main monitor. Man, I really like these scanners, kind of like snap into place. It's nice. Okay, you guys got that. Sounds good.